皆さんおはようございます。ティガロックハートです。アウターワールドということでね、日本のゲームではなく海外のゲームです。この会社は、前にスカイリムとか出してる会社ですね。オブシディアンだからスカイリムとか出してる会社ですね。結構癖が強いゲームなんで、多分苦手な方もいるかと思われますが、ノーマル、ハード、スーパーノバ。これやばそうだ。ノーマルでやりましょう。字幕はオン。デモシーンの字幕を表示。毎週入れときましょう。文字のサイズ。洋芸ってね、文字ちっちゃいからちょっと大きめにしようか。どうしようか。5ぐらいにしとくか。
Why stay earthbound when prosperity awaits you in the stars? Come to Halcyon, the only colony on the edge of the frontier, owned and operated by corporations. A trip of 10 short years will feel like mere minutes, thanks to the comfort and safety of your very own hibernation chamber. You'll wake up in a perfect society designed to maximize your productivity with guaranteed full employment. With only a minor term of service, you will become the master of your own destiny when you go out of this world to the Halcyon colony.
Hundreds of thousands of colonists left to drift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
.特性を変更して専門分野を選ぶことができます。注意。ベローアベレージの特性はペナルティがつきます。さっぱりとわからん。身体強さ。ポイント残高6って書いてある
I bet you could arm wrestle a primal.
な。近接武器でのダメージと運べる武器の数量に影響します。で器用度。近接攻撃の速度と範囲攻撃のリロード速度に影響します。知力、クリティカルヒットのボーナスダメージに影響します。知覚、ヘッドショットや弱点のダメージボーナスに影響します。魅力、派閥からの評価と仲間の能力のクールダウンに影響を及ぼします。規制、体力は自然に回復する能力に影響を及ぼします。どれを選べばいいだろう。
Come on, Phineas, pick one and leave.
でもこれ、あった方がいいな。戦闘は基本的に多分銃を使うと思うので、ヘッドショットとか弱点ダメージボーナスはあった方がいいな。これとりあえず2個にしとこう。で、今回仲間がいるんでね、今回っていうかこれのシリーズは初めてなんですが、これも上げといた方がいいのか。でも、運べる武器の数量に影響を及ぼすんだったらこっちの方がいいか。これにするか。で、今度なんだ。会話。説得とかあった方がいいな。騙しいやつ。
I hope we haven't lost that silver tongue to frostbite.
これにするか。
You are going to paint this system red, my friend.
適正。精神力プラス1。飲酒効果の持続時間プラス 3%。ブロックプラス1。ブロックってなんだ。レジ係。説得プラス1。工学、回避、ひらめき、医学、サイエンス。これかな。説得はあった方がいいから。
Good.
説得
I
にし
might
ましょう。
require you to push a few buttons.
このね、キャラクリエイトがね、まためんどくさい。ろくな髪型ないぞ。 かな。よし、これでやりましょうか。
Looks to be your lucky day, my friend.
Please power down your engines and prepare to be...
Not likely, bootlickers.
Initiate skip jump.
Status. Structural integrity down 25%. Power levels down 10%. Hit drive.
Shit. Ah, there you are. Wondering what's going on, eh? A bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. Your colony ship was inexplicably knocked out of skip space and forced to complete its journey at sublight speeds. This means that you and every other colonist on Hope have been in suspended animation for 70 years, give or take. Normally, reviving someone after so long leads to some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's really more of a liquefaction. Something wrong? Oh, yes, well, not to worry. I've pumped your body full of a special concoction I devised to keep you from dying so horrifically. Hopefully at all, but I guess we'll see, yes? Unfortunately, I used the last of my chemical supplies saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out. He'll be... Oh, I see we're in position. Good luck! Is this thing working? Ah, there you are. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the smuggler. His name is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. He's to be your chauffeur, so to speak. Not to worry. I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one-of-a-kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All the colonists are counting on you. Should be close by. What in law's name? Is that him? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste.
Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh? Not sure I trusted the fellow. Might have gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go. Frozen for a while. There's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
Hey, you, come here. You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, law, that stings.
メディカルこうじっとしてる止血してやるから。何があったんだ？スペーサースなんだって。これにしましょうか。
Oh, we're all part of the Spacer's Choice family here. Not that I deserve to be. Can't even deliver a company slogan. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take them. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters. Spacer's Choice policy clearly stipulates that dead and as good as dead are two completely different properties of matter. Unless I'm dead, I'm contractually obligated to attend to my post. I will report that illegally grounded spacecraft if it is the last thing I do. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh?
それよりいい考えがある。俺に銃を貸してくれ、助けを呼びに行くから。不法に着陸した船があるだと俺が代わりに追跡してやるよ。バカ言うな、殺される前に俺に銃を渡せ。
Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, nailed it that time. You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner's for a can of our famous salt tuna. The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy.
よし。これで銃が手に入りましたね。で、あれを撃てばいいと。
Damage my ears! Oh, what just happened? Can you hear me? What in the hell? This...
長期間の冷凍睡眠を経て蘇生した後遺症としての異なる 時間を異なる形で処理し始めました。タクティカルタイムディレイションを押すと世界がスローモーションになります。なるほど。R1 でタクティカルタイムディレイション。多分敵がいるな。敵にバレたな。ハッキングですね。ハッキングできんのかな。できなさそうじゃん、ハッキング。できないの。あれ、さっき倒したやつここら辺にいなかったっけ。もっと下か。いた、こいつか。敵が2人いるな。さあどうやって倒すか。バレた。結構ダメージ受けちゃった。確か自然回復がするはずだから、とりあえずこのままでいいかな。
Hey! Get over here before you get yourself killed! Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Gall on that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about.
ただの着陸違反じゃないか。放っておけよ。なるほどね。あんたも同僚の一人が洞窟にこもってるぞ。俺も侵略だとしたとも何人か始末した大したことないな。
Really? How is he? Well, that's a relief. You don't want to know how much paperwork's involved in paying off a gravesite fee. We'll see him back to Edgewater, just as soon as I cross these marauders off with the swift, cost-efficient fury that's made Spacer's Choice the most trusted brand in personal defense. I just, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs, son.
説得後、スペーサーズチョイスの警備員は困難から逃げるのか。騙し5。あの侵略者を尋問すれば、船の所有者がどこにいるか聞き出せるに違いない。威圧5。顧客満足度調査があったら、あんたの評価をゼロにしないといけないな。心配ない。ここで待っている。俺が肩をつけて。腰抜けが、俺がやる。これか
You think? Most marauders
騙
can't
しが
even
成功し
talk.
た。
But criminals do attract other criminals by their own nature. You know what? You're right. It's time we cross those marauders off, find whoever owns that ship, and file a full report. And it's gonna be
やる
fucking
っつーのって
laminated.
Here we go.
なんか手に入れたな。違う。洋芸だと、罰で決定ボタンだから、ちょっと、あれだよね、めんどくさいね。お、これでなんか、ちょっと見た目が、戦闘員っぽくなった。
This is gonna take a lot of paperwork.
これ乗りゃいいのか。
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder.
これ武器とかってどうやって買えるの？あ、間違えて回復やっちゃった。あ、3か。
Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please. Hello, Marauder. I am Ada, the autonomous digital astrogator of this vessel. Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in your
即座
immediate
に破壊し
destruction.
ますって。嘘やな。何をするつもりだ。自己破壊。何も乱用しに来たわけじゃない。そんな風に話をされるのは気に入らない。
Jettison procedures initiated. Please engage in airlocks. Prepare to eject all boarding parties in 5,
はい、規定続きを開始しました。
3, 2, 1. You are still here. My deception
先プロ
protocols
ト
have
コルに
failed.
失敗しました。
I have been programmed to express disappointment. This vessel is the registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne.
ホーソン以外の命令を受けることができません。着陸した時にホーソンと会うことになっていた。ホーソンは死んだ。残念だが。キャプテンは俺の脱出ポットの下のシミになった。
I understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand?
なるほど、俺がキャプテンホーソンである必要があるんだな。では、でなければ船は飛ばない。分かった、でも俺はホーソンじゃない。ホーソンは死んだ。
Well done, Captain Hawthorne.
いいんだ。
Deductive reasoning
キャ
remain
プテンホー
intact.
ソンになった。
Unfortunately, our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be replaced.
そういうものってどこで見つけたらいい？ガレージに座ってるだけでそういう意味が見つかると。
Astutely observed. However, the probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters of certainty. High-capacity power regulators are sometimes employed in the electrical networks of worker settlements. I have taken the liberty of printing you a new Captain's Identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it this time. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you understand? Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. Best of luck in your search for a power regulator. Try to stay alive this time.
お、レベルがアップした。クレオおばさん。あ、さっき言ってたクレオおばさんってこれか。レベルアップを続けてれば上級管理職になってなりますよ。10ポイント。何を上げた方がいいんだろうな。ああ、冷凍睡眠スーツを着てるおかげでメディカルが上がってるのか。どうしようかな。一旦保留にしとこう。で、一回外に出よう。
Say, this wouldn't happen to be your ship, would it? Because you sure walked in it like it was your ship.
何も自分の
And
船
if
で
this ship is yours, well, mister, you owe Spacer's Choice a hefty fine. Afraid we gotta dock your pay.
今無職なんだが、騙し語全くの誤解で、俺は宇宙船安全検査官だ。攻撃無慈悲な暴力で支払うっていうのはどうだ。これやったらこいつら殺すってことか。これかな。
Oh, by the law. I'm so sorry. I had no idea we had an inspector coming. If you'd like to speak with my manager, I report to Constable Reyes in Edgewater. Edgewater's not too far. Just follow the road east of here, over past the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inspect the crime scene before I make my report.
じゃあ元気でな。これでいいのか。いや、遠いな。300メートルか。敵がいるな。1体だけか。1体だけだったらヘッドショット使えば終わりそうだと。他にも死体がある。住民。おお、なんかいる、なんかいる。これはこっちに行けばいいのかな。 おお、なんか街がある。ここに行けばいいのか。なんだこれ。
Whoa, hey, where'd you come from? Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's marauder territory, friend.
通りかかっただけだ。俺のポットが丘に墜落したんだ。どうして俺が略奪者じゃないと。これにし
You
ましょう。
talk too pretty for a marauder. Most of them just grunt and yell. Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls and low prices.
名前を聞いてなかったな。俺はロックだ。よそ者とおしゃべりすると金がもらえるのか。生し一。挨拶が遅れた。俺はアレックス・ホーソン。アンリライアブルの船長だ。だから武装した警備員を引き連れているのか。これにしましょう。
Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on you. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of
下級
Edgewater.
埋葬員。
We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family.
電力調節機については誰に聞くといい？ちょっとした仕事を探してるんだが、今にも崩壊しそうな場所だ。下級埋葬員ね。墓掘りにしては大層な肩書きだな。じゃあ俺は行くよ。これちょっと聞きましょうか。
Definitely not the junior in humor, that's for sure. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop by Reed Thompson's office. He's up in the tower above the cannery. Head into town, follow the road. Look, you obviously ain't a worker. What's your racket? You a smuggler? Freelancer?
それは仕事による。何か仕事をくれるのか。
Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our grave sites. We rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see.
滞納金を集めてくればいいんだな。やってみる。お金を払わないと墓も利用できないのか。自分で取り立てに行ったらどうなんだ。他に聞きたいことがある。じゃあこれやりましょうか。
4 workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little.
どうしてアバナシーが特別なんだ。
He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it. Just make sure he pays up. Conrad's got a barbershop in town. Phyllis works at the cannery most hours. Abernathy... I ain't seen him in a few days. His domicile is near the cannery. You'll find him in town. All except Ludwig, that is. He's over by the landing pad.
さあ、ということで、なんか取り立ての仕事をいきなりやらされることになりましたね。これクエストって変えられんのかな。違う。あ、やっぱりこれか、あれか。変えられるのか。よし、じゃあ中入りましょうか。まずは、あ、こうか。バーバーショップ。ってことはどこやか。
Please don't touch anything. Your hands are probably crawling with germs. Physical hygiene recapitulates moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness.
ち着けよ、俺は清潔だ。散髪するときはそのご高越もついてくるのか。威圧語、手を見せようか。
No, thank you. That's quite all right. I've seen enough body parts in my line of work. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's Choice aesthetic standards. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment.
船を修理したいんだ。サイラスから滞納金の回収を頼まれた。遺体を何に添えるって。
A ship? Dear me. You seem to have lost the ability to distinguish between reality and fantasy. This is what happens when you let your imagination run wild. I don't approve of fantasizing. It's a dreadful habit, corrosive to the mental faculties.
もう文句ばっか言われてる。
You ought to let the vicar take a look inside your head.
バカにされてんな。
Vicar Maximilian, our man from the OSI, here to spread the message of scientism like a soothing balm upon a feverish head. Or so you'd expect. You'll find him in our local church, probably neglecting his duties. He doesn't seem to like us much. The vicar has not been with us long, and in his relatively short tenure in Edgewater, gives off the distinct whiff of superiority. Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the necessary restitutions.
言ってる意味がよくわからないんだが。
I mean that I can't possibly pay my gravesite fees. I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body into a ditch.
知ったことがいいから払え。繁栄という言葉の定義はガバガバだ。なかなか感動的なセリフだな。コンラッド、オーディションでも受けたらどうだ。自分に厳しすぎるんじゃないか。
I have to be, if only to prepare myself for my inevitable dressing down at the hands of corporate. Tell Silas I can't afford to pay, and that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for this dereliction. With my apologies.
ちょっと待て、医療の権利。サイラスに借用書を渡せばいい。
Some time ago, I fell ill with the plague. By the grace of the law, and through my own hard work, I'd proven worthy of treatment. Frankly, I don't imagine I'll earn that right a second time. The barber work hasn't been profitable, you see. I've had to keep this old place running with my own savings. Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers. No, that won't do. Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm open to suggestions.
思いついたら教えるよ。そんな暇はないんだ。どっちにしろ会話終わっちゃうな。
Much obliged.
これは盗むになるんだな。ライトアソルトライフルがある。次はここかな。いた。
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. Never been healthier. Whoa, did Mr. Thompson send you? Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post. Tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow. Because I'm definitely not plagued. As spry as a spring chicken. That's old Abernathy.
落ち着けよ。トーブソンさんに頼まれたわけじゃない。何かブツブツつぶやいてたな。なぜそんなにピリピリしてるのか教えてくれ。
You some sort of wandering alienist? Walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about his mental state?
あんたがマーティン・アバナシーだな。墓地の使用料を回収しに来た。感染したとかなんとか聞こえたけどな。
What? No. I mean, I might be. That depends on who's asking. So Silas can afford a hired thug, but I still gotta pay him a burial tax. Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. He knows.
何をだ。すべて聞いている。あんな秘密がいつまで守られると思ったのか。騙しとか書いてる。
Sounds like he's already told you. You may as well hear it from me. I'm dying. I'm not long for this world. The date of my expiration is fast approaching. And soon I shall be ushered through the great cannery in the skies. It's plague. Has to be. Silas knows. He knows I got one foot in my grave, and now he wants to charge me for the other one.
それはかわいそうに。そんなの被害妄想だよ。なるほど、悲劇的で心が痛む状況だ。ここを離れたいからさっさと支払ってくれ。
I am? Law, help me. Paranoia is one of the plague's known symptoms. I'll pay your fees. I don't want any trouble from Silas. But if you could see your way to freelancing for me, I could really use the help. Couple hours out of your day and some light second story work. That's all. There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we got anyway. I need you to break in, nab that medicine, and bring it back to me. You oblige me with your haste. I think I feel the plague spreading. Oh, Law, it's in my spleen now. I can feel it. Just keep your head down when you're in there. Marauders have taken over. Probably tracking mud all over the archives. I know that, but I got nobody else to turn to. Reed would have wrote me up. Constable would have locked me up and wrote me up. Could have gone to see the good vicar, but I never did find my courage.
You're making a mistake working for Abernathy.
なんか急に話しかけてきた。
Excuse me. I'm Esther Blaine, Spacer's Choice Actuary. I overheard your talk with Abernathy. I hope you're not thinking about getting him that medicine. Abernathy is a well-known hypochondriac. Anthracillin is wasted on him. You're better off selling it to me instead. All I'm saying is Abernathy's worked in this town longer than some of us been alive. How do I put this gently? He's got a lot of cobwebs up in his attic. I probably shouldn't tell you. Don't want you implicated for what I'm trying to do. Alright, here's a summary. A lot of sick people in this town, and we don't have the medicine to treat them all. Can't reach out to corporate without crossing a river of red tape, so I'm reaching out to you.
アバナシーは俺に手間賃払ってくれた。あんたも払ってくれるのか。そうか、つまり誰かにこっそり薬品を持ち込ませたいわけだ。
I'm paid better than Abernathy. Whatever he's giving you, I will do you one better. That's all I can ask of you.
お、いきなりなんか選択肢みたいなの出たな。アバナシーに協力するか、このエスターブレインに協力するかみたいな。これで後々ストーリー変わってきたりするのかな。とりあえずまず取り立てやりましょうか。どこにいんだ。こっちなんだこれ。落とし物左手一本。手首から切断、骨に損傷あり。落とし物で手首だ。どういうことだ。あ、自販機だってさ。あ、ハッキングスキルが20以上になるとアイテムを自動販売機に売ることができるようになる。へえ。タルタロスソース。 タルタルソースみたいな名前だな。7の房、バナナみたいな感じだな。武器とかも売ってんのか。いや、売ってる売ってる。売ってるな。ライコ麦収穫ブレード。なんかなぎなたみたいだけど。マクドナルドじいさんのトリップブレードドイアイアイオー。マクドナルドおじさんってなんだ。アーマーも売ってんのか。ただお金が今39しかない。全然足りないな。どっちだ？こっち行けばいいのか。ここが墓か。
Fancy threads. That some kind of hibernation suit? You run into any trouble? Conrad's barbershop is a yawning pit that swallows his every bit. I keep telling him he should cut a few corners. Skimp out on the disinfectant. You gotta put the squeeze on Conrad. Find some dirt on him. Maybe check his back room. That's the word, extortion. Been on the tip of my tongue all day.
よし、じゃあ脅しに行きましょうか。
What can I do for you? Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor? You may think that, but the tidiness of my fellow worker is my responsibility, alive or otherwise. Whether you're showing up to work or going to that great cannery in the sky, it's my job to make you look like a million bits. Go ahead. Edgewater has been good to me. I consider myself privileged to work here. I am never wanting for work, not since the plague started. As the good vicar says, work fortifies the spirit of a man. If you want to feel exhausted, try not having any work. The plague's come at us with a vengeance this year. Lost 6 workers in as many months. I wouldn't call them good workers, mind you. If they were any good, they'd have been treated. Still, it is a shame. Fever, chills, fatigue, aching, vomiting, an excess of phlegm, a tendency towards belly aching. Whatever it may be, I have developed my own palliative. Boiled canid liver and a splash of ethanol. Company policy, friend. We don't have enough medicine to treat all of us, so we treat the best among us. Mr. Thompson's brainchild. Have you met him yet? Thoughtful-looking fellow, stares out of his office most hours.
なんかこいつの平を調べてみろってあったな。調べればなんかあんのかな。これでいいのかな。
What can I do for you?
友人というやつがいたら彼の歯を墓地使用料の担保にしたらと。
You know about Eugene? How?
あんたの心を読んだんだ。
You were probably poking around my things. I really shouldn't leave my letters sitting out in the open. Eugene's golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. He took them to his grave. More than a few. Those teeth were his personal savings. I can't ask Silas to dig up a man's body and pry a few teeth loose from his jaw just to pay my bills. Can I? Yes, I suppose I must. Here you are. Gravesite papers affixed with my signature and an IOU.
使用料手に入れた。さてじゃあお次。ここか。2階か。ああ、なんかすごい上に行っちゃった。
The grease monkey, Argo?
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, sir.
Seems we've got a guest. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself. I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform. Of course not. I don't have that kind of luck. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
Only regulator we got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process.
当ててやろう。俺に力を貸す前にあんたのために人は働きをしろと言うんだな。
My proposition benefits the both of us. Please, hear me out. There's a power regulator in the old botanical lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the botanical district over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on your way. The geothermal plant was built by our owners, Spacer's Choice. Lit up the whole Vale once upon a time. Most of the Vale is now abandoned. All that power is going to waste. I'm afraid I can't spare the workers. We're strapped for bodies as it is. And there is a small element of personal danger. Marauders. Bloodthirsty lunatics, a lot of them. I appreciate your gallantry. You deserve my honesty, and so I will be plain with you. I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but there are people who live there. The people living in the botanical labs, they're deserters, former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home. My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town.
My dad told me all about the plant. Taught me all he knew. I could come in useful. I mean, if that's all right with you, Mr. Thompson. Sir.
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holcomb, but I cannot deny that she is talented, and may prove useful to you. You will need an administrative passcode in order to enter the plant. I am trusting you with mine, and trusting Miss Holcomb to guide you if you'd like.
おお、なるほど。ここで仲間入るのか。
Great! I got my wrenches
電池
and
と
my
診断ツールとヘアピン
masticators
と
and
協力テープ
hairpins
が
and
ある
engine
からい
tape,
つでも
so I'm all set.
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot to ask of a stranger, I know.
よし、仲間ができましたね。
We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk. We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk.
さあ、仲間が増えました。
Hey, mister, can we talk? Sorry. You just want to get out of here. And you likely don't want to tag along like me. It's just, Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters, on account of it's his job and what all, but that's not the only side of the tale. Oh, he ain't a liar. He believes every word he says. It's just, he doesn't always get where other folk are talking from. To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. I knew some of them before they left. Life's hard here. Especially for them that don't fit in so well. We're one big Spacer's Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest whisper about. Mr. Thompson's aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders, or worse. I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is. The mission's on the east side of town. You can't miss it, on account of it being the only clean thing. Thanks, mister. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right and wrong of it. That's what my dad used to say anyways.
この上か。あ、いた。これか。
You the new worker? Whatever. Make it quick, Tenderfoot. I'm busy. Shit. Silas still on about that. Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment. Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill. I could do without the sarcasm. Wasn't acting out of the goodness of my heart. Law requires delinquent gravesite fees to be paid by the deceased party's closest living relative, which meant me. Shame, though. Eugene was a good worker. Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding receptionist. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's Choice handguns aren't the most reliable. Not half as awful as the bill Eugene left us with. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism. First of all, that's a horrible thing to say. Secondly, yes, we did. When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town pays for it. In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice. Look around. Edgewater ain't exactly swimming in luxury. We can't afford to pay the body price of a suicide. All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's gravesite fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through, which means the town's in the clear. I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace, and the rest of us can get on with our own lives.
よし、あと一人から取り立てればクエスト完了かな。さて、あと一人いる場所はこの町とは別の場所って言ってたな。あれか。あ、こんな段差でもダメージ受けんのか。
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they only come but once a month.
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning backup for months. Guess the boss finally came to his senses. You ever swung a truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up to snuff.
何をぺちゃくちゃ言ってんな。
I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the resistance. Guess this means he's finally heard the calling. The war, the coming apocalypse, man versus machine. I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies. That's right. That's what I've been saying. We gotta square our shoulders and stand ever vigilant. Auto-mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant, clattering about, firing at the birds, orchestrating their uprising. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing, shoulder to shoulder with the resistance? I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Some tuna cans, mostly, some Spacer's chaw, few bit cards. I'll reward you for your aid. Enlistment fees? Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the Resistance a bad name. They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind our beloved town. This scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report back. Mechanicals got a weak spot in their midsections. I think the technical term is, the blue glowy square thing.
So, なんかクエストがいっぱい増えたな。ああ、パワールバティって増えた。インパクトハンマー。めちゃくちゃ強そうな装備持ってんな。これでサイラスのとこに戻ればクエスト完了だ。
Hey, Miss Parvati. Come for a visit? Lovely to see you about, Miss Parvati.
Things going all right, Silas?
Been keeping him careful and true, miss. Something I can do for you? Yeah? What about him? Yeah. Funny thing, Eugene's body ain't where it's supposed to be. The night we were supposed to commend his body to the earth, I had his grave all dug up and ready, right? And so I thought, I'll just rest my eyes a bit. When I woke up, his body was gone. Spirited away. Vanished. The footprints nearby suggested that Eugene was stolen by marauders. Or he rose from the dead. Let me know if you find anything. You run into any trouble? Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to. Abernathy was sick? With the plague? That's disgusting. I shook hands with the guy. I needed his fees because of his name. A for Abernathy. He was at the top of my list, you see? And I'll buy you a drink sometime.
レベルアップ。お、失敗とかもあんのか。 なるほど。じゃあ次、サイドクエストは、違う。どうも癖でな、丸押しちゃうよな。これやりましょうか。引っかかってる。いや、これ、クリアするのにかなり時間かかりそうだな。多分、メインクエストだけやってれば、そんなに時間かからずにできると思うんですけど、サイドクエストが多分山みたいにあるんで、そう、敵がいるって言ってたな。あれは敵か？役立つだな。とりあえず、隠れながら行こうか。倒してもいいんだけど、あんま目立ちたくない。おー、こっちにもいる。これも役立つか。今騒ぎ起こしたら多分周りから駆けつけてきちゃうんだよな。そうなるとこっちが死ぬ可能性がある。なのでバレないようにいかないとな。バレたら近接で倒す。あそこか。バレずに行くには人騒動起こさなきゃやっぱダメか。これマークつけられないのかな。死認できるだけでも3人か。裏口とかないのかな。一回回り込んでみようか。この銃にサイレンサーがあればバレずに倒せるんだけど、なさそうだもんな。銃の声バレた。くそ、結局バレた。勝てんなこいつ。よし。あれ？何も持ってないのか。とりあえず近くにいるやつ全員始末したってことだな。 あれ死体どこだ？あった。備品？なんだ備品って。ああ、これの方が強いのか。ダメージ36、出血。ああ、備品って、なるほど、状態がいいってことか。これちょっと解体しましょうか。重量の問題もあるからな。あれ？あ、取ったか。よし、じゃあ中入りましょう。めっちゃ敵いる。めっちゃ敵いるわ。全然ダメージ与えられねえ、これ。アサルトライフル手に入れたな。アサルトライフル使うか。こっちか。アサルトライフル。あ、死んだ。嘘。どっから撃たれた今。あ、こっからか。あ、ライトピストルになってる。シフトブレーカーこれ。めちゃめちゃシフト。ああ、また死んだよ。嘘だろ。強くねえか。強いぞ。はい、マリアさんごきげんようです。今日はちょっと変わったゲームやってます。早速棒読みはどっか行っちゃったな。いや、きついな。強いな、敵。 おお、なるほど、こんなことでいいのか。バレたというね。敵の数がすごい多いんだよな。土日だからサボったのね。ああ、なるほど。それはあるかもしれないですね。ああ、もうまたやっちゃった。ライ麦なんちゃらブレード。思いっきりなぎなたみたいな感じなんだけど。アンティークサーベル。これでも高そうだな。おお、敵や。これなんだ。セントリーサーベル。よし、睡眠取ったから体力回復した。こっちもなんかありそう。キャベとああ、これか。実験用のアントロシリン。これでクエスト完了。あとはこれをどっちに渡すかだな。バーで閉じられてる。ハッキングはできないか。あとはこっちの方は探索してない。いるし。 ショットガン。なんか装備手に入れましたね。ソードショットガン。で、あとはこっちか。おお、なんかあれだな、ロボットみたいになったの、見た目が。これでここの探索は終わりかな。あともうなさそうだよね。ショットガンが手に入ったのはでかいな。セーブってどうやってやるの。あ、これか。セーブしとくか。ああ、ショットガンの弾200もあるんだね。意外とあるな。これあれば、大抵の敵は始末できるな。問題はここ敵のエリアだから、まだ敵がいる可能性がある。いるな。いるな。バレてるし。なんだ。すげえダメージ。ああ、死んだ。マジか。また死んだよ。いや、これ結構難しいな。ああ、なるほど。高速移動できんのね。高速移動できんだったら、高速移動しちゃうか。 に入れた医薬品を、こちらのマーティン・アバナシに渡すか、もしくはこちらのエスター・ブレインに渡すかっていう選択肢があるんですけど、今回はエスター・ブレインに渡しましょう。
I've got some time. Thanks. I'll see to it that this medicine gets to the people who need it. Here, something for your trouble. Nothing personal, but I hope we never do business together again. Don't want to make a habit of consorting with smuggler types. You do have some cheek on you. Lucky for you, I kept a little contingency fee in case you tried to negotiate with me. Oh, I'm an actuary. That means I keep tabs on a worker's living expenses. How much it costs to feed, clothe, shelter, bury, and replace your average human worker. Technically, I'm employed by the Spacer's Choice Department of Human Resources. Somebody deserving. Silas on account of him being out in the cold. Amelia seeing how she's around people all the time. Anybody in the sick room?
よし、これでクエスト終わり。で、お次がメインやりますか。牧師と話せってなってるな。こっちか。
I've always felt weird in here. It's too clean.
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto at your service. Or Vicar Max if you're the sort who prefers brevity. And Miss Holcomb as well. How rare to see you out. And with a complete stranger. Curious.
Just tagging along, Vicar de Soto. Don't mind me.
I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison, anything at all. Spiritual counseling, this season's tossball predictions, the quickest way out of town.
What? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time I've tried to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single, slink away. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked you to do? Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk. Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold. If it were as easy as a few soothing words in the right ears, I'm sure it would have been done already. Consider it a challenge. If you don't mind a bit of unsolicited advice, be cautious on your way to the geothermal plant. It is not as safe as you might assume. One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts. I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside the town's walls. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book. It's a handwritten journal. A faded blue cover with the name M. Bakonu handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map. Assuming you're serious? Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here.
じゃあ外出ましょうか。次の目的地はここ。ここからショートカット行った方が早いな。お、アサルトライフルを手に入れた。これを使わせてもらおう。一回全部外すか。アサルトライフル。これでいいか。いるぞ。ああ、敵じゃなさそうだ。
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble. I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along. Armed strangers wandering into my camp for one. Some of my camp wandering out for another. Answers, huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those. A geo what? Look, plants ain't my purview. You're better off asking after Adelaide. If you're gonna start wandering around my camp, know that I got my sights on you. Over in the hothouse, tending crop. Enough with the questions. No offense, but I've got a lot on my mind. Explains why you're still yammering on at me. No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I'm pacing around wondering if marauders got to her. It's not like Zoe to go wandering. Figured she might be out scavenging, but that ain't exactly her talent. Can't imagine where she's gone. Hills all over the place. She could be anywhere. Appreciate it. Honest.
とりあえずまずはここ行くか。
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear? I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just fine.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobacco tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been cleaned. Reed Thompson, you here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then?
町へ戻らないと電力がなくなるだとか、そんな話だった。よく聞いてなかったが、ダメじゃん。
Make amends. Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves. He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans? Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do. You've seen that miserable excuse for a town with your own lamps. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the cannery, living off whatever scrap Spacer's Choice throws them. You know that's true, don't you, Ms. Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out.
He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old, ma'am, and he raised me all by his lonesome.
Look what they did to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them. Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows and thrives. You bring power to Reed's town and you'll be killing us. Reed knows it. He's counting on it. I trust you will listen to your conscience.
Where are we headed? That's on account of how I never met her. She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale a few months, sorting the cannery computers. Her contract said any kids she had, expected or not, belonged to her office from the time of conception. So when I was born, I got sent here. Could be. Reckon I'll never know. You mean about the mission being too clean? I know, but Vicker says the universe is a machine, that it runs by law. Real machines have gunked up oil, scratches, and worn bits. You can tell they've seen handling, been used by folk. The machine Vicker sees is one ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum shelf, under glass. Fixing the universe is a job for somebody way better than the likes of me.
さ、また選択肢か。こちら側につくか、あちら側につくかみたいな選択肢ですね。で、地図を見ようか。あ、ここか。近いな。見張りロボット。早速敵がいるか。もうなんとかバレずにいけた。強盗団がやられてるな。見張りロボットは結構強いんだな、これ。
I always wanted to poke around in here. Here we go.
あ、バレた。結構弾消費するな。これ切れないのか。あ、ガンバです、シャンシャン。はい、ありがとうございます。今気づいた。シャンシャンバンバンじゃん。私は陰ながら応援してます。ありがとうございます。いや、本当はね、桜やりたかったんですけど、いかんせんまだ私、仕事見つけてないので、その状態で桜買うのはどうかなと思って、前々から持ってたね、やってないゲームやろうかと思いまして。まあ、お仕事決まったら桜買おうかと思います。なので、それまでは、このゲームをやろうかなと。 然効かねえ。全然効かねえ。全然効かねえ。全然ダメージ効かねえんだけど、これ強すぎる。待って、1体じゃなくもう1体いるぞ。死ぬんじゃないかこれ。全然効かねえぞこれ。これも積みゲーの一つですがいる。あ、そうですね。これも、ずいぶん前に買ったゲームっていうか、発売日がね、結構前のゲームなんですよ。去年かな？去年の暮れぐらいに買ったゲームで、全然やれてなかったので。まあ、あとね、これと別にもう一本ね、積みゲーがあるんですけど、それもね、ちょっと今やろうか考えてるんですよね。まあ、あと、聖剣3の2周目もあるんで、それも、ちょっとやるゲーム多いかな。あと、まあ、おなじみのモンハンですね。アイスボーンがあるので。まあ、アイスボーンは、アルバトリオンが出るまでは、弾集めをやろうかと思ってて、それをね、いつやるかって今考えてるんですけど。やることたくさんだね。確かに。いやー、これ敵強えな。どうすっかな。
The control room should be off to...
今度一緒に参加型の配信やりません？あ、いいですよ。全然。むしろお願いします。一緒にやりましょう。売れるのか。売れるんだったらなんか売っちゃっておこうかな。荷物になっちゃうからな。あれ売れない。あ、スキルが足りないのか。スキルはどこ行ってたの？半の案ごときじゃ多分倒せないと思うんだよな。どうしようか。よし、破壊した。みんなでできれば楽しそうですね。ああ、そうですね。とりあえず、ムフェトに関しては、ムフェトジーバに関しては、防具ができたからもういいかなと思っているので、なので、しばらくムフェトはいいかな。よし、オフィスのドアを解除。多分、近接やった方が強いな。ロボットに対して。
Nice.
ムフェト回りすぎて素材山のように。確かに。先ほども多分やられてたんでしょうね。16人でやってるって表示されたんで、おお、やってんだと思って。めちゃめちゃガチじゃんと。めちゃめちゃガチじゃんと。配信してるとこの人のとこに邪魔して武者修行してます。ああ、それいいっすよね。 前に私もね、配信してる方のとこお邪魔したことあるんですけど、ムフェトジーバー一周で倒せるっていうね。嘘と思って。あれを一周で倒せんだと思って。16人集まったらさすがに全然効率違いますよね。あれはさすがに度肝抜かれましたわ。足んないな。強い人にもまれてテクニック学ばしてもらってる。ああ、すごいいいと思いますよ。私は、そこまでやる気がないという。モンハン面白いんですけどね。ただ、モンハンに縛られすぎるのも私あんまり好ましくないと思ってる人間なので。まあ、楽しいんですけどね、その代わり。これはこっちか。こっち開けられそうだな。あー、バーで閉じられてる。私はそれ以外あんまりやるゲームがない。あー、なるほどなるほど。敵がいる。あ、いる。おい、こねろ、こねろ。もうなんかいる。こっちか。なんか敵いそうだな。おお、痛い痛い痛い。2体もいる。2体もいる。倒した。なんとか倒した。スルメイカは味がなくなるまで、噛むタイプの人間。あー、なるほど。私は多分どっちかというと熱しやすく冷めやすい人間だと思うので、なので一つのゲームにものすごく時間をかけることができない。なんか広くね。ここのマップ広いな。お、入れる。なんだこれ。あ、関係ない。一つのにのめり込むとそれしかやってないタイプ。あー、まあでもそれもいいと思いますよ。まあ人それぞれなんでね。ピッキングができる。
Two more. What'll happen to Miss McDevitt's folk if we send power to the Vale?
Done. そうですね。なんかブツブツ言ってる人いる。この下か。ピッ キング用のアイテムはなきゃダメか。
Mind the steam. You're liable to get scalded.
この野郎、この野郎、この野郎、この野郎、この野郎、この野郎。どこにいる？上か？痛い痛い痛い。
That's the last of them.
ああ、これでやけどしなくて済むってわけか。作業台なんてあんだ。これを改造、改良、修理、解体。武器の改造もできるのか。まだ改造するのはもったいないかな。修理。ああ、部品がないな。いらない武器は解体するか。あ、ほら、つるはしみたいなのがある。こんな感じでいいかな。
If we send the power to Miss McDevitt, what happens to the veil?
いるいる。いるな。
Sweeping the area.
めちゃめちゃ敵数いるな。やべ、死ね死ね死ね死ね。危ね危ね。2体いるのはずるいぞ。この野郎。やべ、死ね死ね死ね。あー、死んだ。マジかよ、もう。強くないか。どっからだ？ああ、ここの端末使ったところからか。いや、雑魚敵が強い。
If we send the power to Miss McDevitt, what happens to the veil?
Unexpected.
全然効かないもんな。 あんまりこの銃弾使いたくなかったけど、まあいいや。これで敵は全部倒したかな。こっちも閉じない。ああ、ここ来れんのか。いやー、探すとこ多いな。ハッキングスキルは引きすぎます。
Last. I'm not sure what the right is. All I know is the decision's final.
これであとはどっち側に供給するかみたいな話になるのかな。
Once we do this, there's no going. Hey, mister? Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do? I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished. Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something. Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
これをウェッジウォーターに変更するか、植物研究所に変更するかで。まあウェッジウォーターにしましょうか。これで植物研究所に行けば電力調整器を発する。
I think you did the rightest thing you could sending the power back to Edgewater. A lot of people would have suffered otherwise. People I care for, even if they care much for me.
まあ多分今のでその植物研究所にね電力供給してたら、あ、脱走者からの評価が下がった。まあこれはしょうがないかなと思うのでね。あそこどうやって入るんだ。あ、ここか。 なんとかここクリアということでね。ここの警備装置を解除することはできないのかな。多分どっかしらでここで解除できそうじゃないか。ハッキング。よしよし、これで解除できたと。お、なんかこれすごいいい防具じゃねえか。今持ってるやつが防具用6、9だから、こっちにすればもうすげえ上がる。これ9か。あんまりアーマーに関してはいい防具ないのか。まあいいでしょう。じゃあワープしましょうか。あ、そっか、こっから外さなきゃいけないのか。じゃあ一回セーブしよう。おそらく、脱走者たちとこと構えることになるかもしれないのでね。
That'd be for me.
あれでも別に敵視はされてないのか。敵視されてないのであればこのままケーブル奪ってトンズラだな。お、ここにアイテムがある。あ、盗んじゃったまあいいか。見られてさえいなければ問題ないか。封鎖中。この施設内はどうやってやるんだ。
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chopped you into pieces and roasted you on a spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food will spoil, and my flock will starve. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my temper. Tell me, why did you do it? You want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go and talk to them. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility. And you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. I would rather die among my flowers than live under his management. My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear. As long as Reed is still in Edgewater, I will not return. Those are my terms.
ああ、こっち行かなきゃいけないのか。船に戻ってきた。
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but every time I think of going back, I get this sinking feeling. Well, it's kind of you to say that. And you're right. I wasn't happy. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves from my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think? Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, mister. Captain. I can call you Captain now. Ha! I got a captain.
このまま乗っちゃっていいのかな。ああ、こっちやらなきゃダメなのか。なんやて、さっきのとこに戻るしかないのか。そしたら。トーマスってやつと
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power's dead. Whoa, Miss Parvati. You're, what, how are you? Hi. Hello.
Are you, are things safe out here? How are you keeping?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't kick you out, did they?
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this fella here.
I seen you wandering around here. You don't look like you're coming from town. Never heard it phrased in such a way before. I guess we're all trying to get our ships off the ground, ain't we? Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Something's been chewing at me, you see. Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair. I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. I want to make something of myself. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads, I could teach myself the ins and outs.
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town. If you could find me even one of those pads, I'd be greatly obliged. I wish I knew. I wagered the town had the full set once upon a time. Where the third's gone, I can't say. Would you? I'd be grateful. I've been thinking about going back. I'm not much use to anybody here. I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. I can't do that again. I mentioned those manuals on mechanical engineering. Suppose if I had one of those, I could go back to read and make a real case for myself.
Marauders can't see us in the dark. Wild canids, on the other hand. The matter's been weighing on me. I'm staying put until I know what's become of Zoe. Don't want that question haunting me all the way back to the cannery. I'll tell you what I can. Vex me. If she told anybody, they ain't telling me. I'd check her room, but I got yelled at for snooping once already. Could be. Dangers aplenty out there. No telling why marauders would steal somebody like Zoe. Got no useful skill as far as I could tell. Marauder gang just moved into the districts a little ways east. Their numbers are growing. Gotta come from somewhere. Well, enough to know we never got on. Zoe and Stefan were close. If anybody knows the workings of her mind, he does. She was lazy and thoughtless, but she's still one of our own. What is it?
さて、じゃあサイドクエストやらなきゃダメですね。同類たちをやりましょうか。こいつか。
Don't see why Thomas can't just get the generator up and running. Something I can help you with? You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like her to go loping off. Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions. Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd. Zoe was always obsessed with this serial. Masked Marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her. The other day, I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day. Hey, I got time. Nothing. With the power gone, we've got to conserve our supplies.
こん中か。あ、封鎖中になってる。ああ、違う。このゾーイの家に行くのか。なんかある。ああ、ここにいるのかな。敵がいる。敵がいるか。しかも4人か。多いな。こいつ硬い。強くねえかこいつら。ライトマシンガン。重量やばくなってきたんじゃないか。あそこにもいるな。
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far.
くそ、しかも敵山ほどいるよ。やべ、この数やべえぞ、さすがに。この数はさすがに無理だ。どうすっかな。地雷とか仕掛けてあるもんな。これフォールアウトみたいに。あ、ダメだ。ダメか。くそ強くねえか。あ、しかもこっからか。マジか。バレたよ、バレた。やべやべやべ、ここでも死ぬ。死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ。え？なんだ今。なんだ今何で死んだかわかんねえんだけど。マジかよ。
Keeping quiet, Cap.
ナイス。倒した倒した。いやー、やっぱねこいつが厄介なんだよ。まだいる？倒した。これね、なんか細かくセーブしないとダメだな。で、問題はこっからなんだよな。敵が多い、こっから。プライマルの巣。一旦ここでセーブしようか。めちゃめちゃ敵いたからな、さっき。 どんだけいるんだよっていうぐらい。すげえ数が来た。2人か。ああ、死んだ。マジか。マジか。セーブしといてよかった。いやー、敵の数が多いな。さすがに。もうちょっとどうにかできないもんかな。なんか地雷とかも仕掛けてあるからな。あの地雷を逆に利用してやるか。スナイパーライフルとかあればな。あれ多分爆発するやつだよな。だからあれを使うか。こいつら地雷に引っかかってる。バカだバカだ。いやー、さすがに敵の数多いでしょう。しかもなんかわけわかんねえゴリラも出てきたし。いや、きっちいなこれ。マジか、勝てねえ。いやー、ちょっと敵の数多いかな。どうしたもんかな。この弾がね、60発ぐらいしかないから、あんまり使いたくないんだよな。多分これで地雷に引っかかってるやつがいるから逃げながら戦うっていう感じでいいかな。あれ戻ってった。 さっき言った変なゴリラと戦ってんじゃねえか、あれ。とりあえず様子見ようか。あ、違うな。これはね、どうしようか。一旦セーブしようか。で、奴らと戦うために有利な状況を作っていく必要がある。よし、もう一回逃げろ逃げろ。とりあえずあいつら地雷引っかかったからバカだから。みんな倒した？なんか地雷に引っかかって倒したっぽいけど。おお、倒した倒した。なんてことだ。
Here they come.
あれ、ゾーイってやつ死んじゃってんじゃん。あ、ここにも地雷があるのか。ここの地雷使ってやるか、じゃあ。
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far. Here we go.
おいでー。やべえな、ここの傘さすがにやべえ。これは無理か。いや、死んだ。マジかよ。ゾーイを死なせないようにしないとな。よし、これでこっちに誘導して、あれ、なんか撤退した。なんで？
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far. That's gotta hurt.
多いな。さすがに数多いな。ナイス。これでゾーイってやつが死んでなければ問題ないんだけど。ん？なんとかギリギリ勝った。結構ね、せこい手使ったけど。でもまだね、結構地雷仕掛けてありそうなんだよな。それは。あ、生きてる。これの銃弾は補充されないのかな？全然補充されない。もう地雷仕掛けすぎじゃないのこの人たち。めちゃめちゃ地雷仕掛けてやるわ。マジかよ。あと探索する場所はここぐらいかな。
Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways.
君がゾーイ、ご友人があなたを探してるわ。なんで女性言葉みたいになってる。
What? You mean Adelaide's little congregation of nature-loving nobodies? I could not possibly be less interested in them. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen. Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong. I doubt that. Nobody in that camp really cared about me. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Also, he could carry on a conversation, unlike these hooligans. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is gonna be glaring knives at me, so I've got that to look forward to. I'm great at clarifying. No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit. I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it. I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, must be my natural charisma. I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find? But a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse. I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them. I've got all the time in Halcyon.
ここクリアした。まあ、あとこれやれば、とりあえず2人は説得して戻すことできるな。この近くにあるのか。100メートル。あそこにあるのか。でもこの中前探索したはずなんだけどな。上の階か。あと2つ。この近くに第3巻がある。この場所か。 これより下の階、下の階に行くにはこっちかな。
Go away, Phantom! Go away, Phantom! Not real. You're not real.
なんかすごいブツブツ言ってるやつがいる。なんだこいつ。
You're not real. You're not real. Get away from me, Phantom. Shoot. Scram.
ああ、スニーク25だとこれを選べたのか。はあ、まだ変なやつが現れた。
You can talk? The Phantom's never talked before. I knew I shouldn't have eaten that sprat raw. See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting. Of course. Sprats are an excellent source for my daily recommended intake of mercury. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely not insane. I use it as a reminder. Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna Critic, Aetherwave Personality, Chairman of the Board, Galactic Defender, Sisty Pig Tycoon. I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant. I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries, repaired them, maintained, upgraded, did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section. Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us. With prodding irons. You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead. Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you.
で、この次はいいんだよ。全く効いてねえし。やばくね。死ぬ。 や、本当にロボット立ち悪いな。強え。これどっから出んの？あと一つを見つければ OK。これもあんまやばいのかな？正体61。なんだ？なんかいるぞ。プライマルベヒーモス。すげえヤバそうな敵がいるんだが。あれさすがに勝てないだろ。多分。ちょっと待って、敵がいるぞ。雑魚がいる。レベル4。
Everyone all right?
敵いそうだな。あ、違うな。町に戻ってきたのか。ここか。あった。 敵がいるから高速で移動できないんだって。この近くだ。どこだ。この上？まあいいや、じゃあ走っていくしかないか。お、なんかある。
Any luck finding one of those manuals? No kidding! Really? Well, which one? The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible! You really went exploring down there? Adelaide always told us it was swarming with hostile mechanicals. I appreciate you going through all that trouble. In fact, I put aside something special, on the off chance that somebody'd search out those data pads for me. Well, don't keep me in suspense. Look at that! Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. 2 whole data pads? Be still my beating heart. Oh, almost forgot your payment. Well, don't keep me in suspense. Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself. That's a complete set. All 3 parts. I'm gonna be the greatest engineer Halcyon's ever seen. Aside from you, Ms. Parvati, I swear, I'll do you proud.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption I found. Should fit right into your outfit.
電子二面なんだそれ。
I'm not in the lightest of humors right now. We didn't always get along, but I'm glad to know she's safe. What happened, anyway? Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe. The same Zoe who doesn't know a barrel from a trigger. Well, I've heard stranger things. You pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do is pay you for your trouble. Let me know if I can do something for you. The matter's been weighing on me. Zoe came back, but I couldn't keep her from slipping out in the first place. Who's to say I could keep marauders from slipping in? I don't see us lasting more than a couple of weeks out here. I'm loath to admit it. We're gonna have to make our peace with Thompson and hope he takes us back. Listen, we go back to Reed, hat in hand, begging for our old jobs back. Well, Adelaide's not gonna forgive us. She never talked to us again. You better be sure about this. We go back to Edgewater without Adelaide, she's never coming back. Yeah, you're right. And I suspect Reed's learned his lesson by now. Might even be willing to talk terms with us. Hey, Thomas, gather up your personals and we'll go talk to Reed together.
This is all happening so fast. Give me a little time to give this place a proper goodbye, yeah? Edgewater could use another mechanic. I'm not sure if I'm ready to step into that role, but I'm willing to try my best.
If you see Reed, let him know we're coming back.
これでとりあえずこのクエストは終わったってことでいいのかな。さっきなんか銃手に入れたな。強いなこれ。131。ピストル。弾は300発ある。ライトマシンガン。うわ、すげえ。思いっきりツルハシじゃん。
Home is where the heart is. Marauders took that sense.
結構良さげな武器を手に入れたな。ここか。敵がいそうな感じもするけど。これで完了か。意外と開けなかった。ダメだ。雪ピックが足りない。 洞窟に行くのか。嫌な予感しかしない。よし、じゃあ洞窟行きましょう。これ明らかに地雷だよな。なんでじゃあ
Easy.
これでやるべきことを考える。
I'm sorry. I'll just be a minute.
It's a fine new day in Edgewater. The cannery hums, streetlights and faces glow. I suppose this means the two of you were able to sort out the matter? Not unexpected. Take heart in the fact that you've saved the rest from idleness and marauders. Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn. I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted. Bakonu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony. Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death. Please. As if my life should have no greater meaning than proselytizing to a bunch of feeble-minded wretches. Nothing could be more excruciating than discussing the true nature of reality with people who have no interest beyond their next Aetherwave program. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew. Certainly. I already gave you most of my money, but I can offer you free spiritual counseling, and I'd be happy to watch your back. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well. Fantastic. I promise you won't regret this.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery, and to leave this place behind. It is my esteemed pleasure to serve as your crew vicar, Captain.
あれはいいとこ不思議な眺め。マジか。仲間が2人になった。
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool stream of water. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason. So, when can I expect them back at their posts? That's good enough for me. Adelaide and I have a history. Was unlikely she'd ever come back. But hope springs eternal. We are in your debt. I am authorizing you for a discount on all official Spacer's Choice products, courtesy of the people of Edgewater. By all means. I do. Grace Romero, wasn't it? Brusque, truculent, never seemed to care much for cannery work. Protecting a camp from marauders is no small task. I'll see to fitting her out in a guard's uniform. This whole fiasco is not one I am keen on repeating. I was too hard on my own workers. I pushed them to their breaking point. Look, we're a small, poor town on some backwater corner of Terra 2. Only way we're surviving the coming years is by working together.
これでやるべきことはやったってことだな。 で、最後のクエスト。どこだ？場所がわからん。ちょっと待てよ。どこのこと言ってんのこれ。ああ、これか。超強い。この銃強えなマジで。これだと報告して終わりかな。
Never seen the Veil lit up like this before. You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its head case? Actually, don't tell me. Rather use my imagination. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is legion. What you need is an equalizer, a weapon to strike fear in their cold mechanical hearts. Cantina, lavatory, behind one of the toilets. That's where I've kept it hidden all these years. Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very last place a mechanical has need to enter. On the double, soldier. Don't want the bartender poking around in there with a mop.
まだ終わってないの？ピッキングか。
You think corporate's ever gonna visit? You're not a big drinker, are you?
Read the latest report.
Only the part that's...
合わせずれ。こんなとこに隠してあったのか。あれ、みーさん、こんちゃーす。棒読みちゃんは何の反応もしてません。今気づきました。初見さん。
Never seen the Veil lit up like this before. Feast your eyes, soldier. This here's a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge.
先生、モンハンの狩りはもっと上手くなりたいです。
You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand volts in its guts. With compliments from old Ludwig. Fun. This ain't some quarterly performance review, soldier. Ours is a grave and sacred duty. Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. I'm talking about the old geothermal plant. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a passcode from the boss, Reed Thompson. I've been after a passcode for years. Boss said no on account of my gross incompetence with all matters related to security. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomically speaking, what we're looking for is a logic module.
私も無理です。
If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of 0G to your memory.
なんだ、ロボットの脳みそ持ってこいってか。あ、もう決定ボタンが×だから来る。結構ね、このゲームグロテスクなんでね、まあ見られる方は注意してください。さあ戻ってきたぞ。もうそろそろやめようかな。このクエスト終わってこの星を旅立ったらやめるとしますか。 主任のキーカード。主任のキーカードなんてどこにあるんだ。こっちにマークがついてるってことは、こっちにキーカードがあるのかな。あ、この上か。
I had a question about your plan, Mr. Vicker.
Of course. The cosmos is generated and directed by the universal equation, also known as the Grand Plan. By contemplating the teleological order of things, one can achieve
Oh,
right.
You had a question? Never mind. That about answers it.
これで先ほどの場所を開けられると。先ほどの場所どうやって戻るんだ。あったあった。これだ。
Never seen the Veil lit up like this before. Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform. So this is it then. The key to humanity's victory over the mechanical hordes. I would reward you with the gratitude of the Resistance, but I'm guessing you want something tactile. So here's a couple bits for your trouble. And a little something to remember me by.
あ、これ終わりか。ようやく終わった。さてじゃあ抽選に乗って他の星に行きますか。
Captain, I have detected that Edgewater's power supply is now optimal. I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community. What can I do for you, Captain? Do you know how to install a power regulator? Step 1. Pick up your power regulator. Step 2. Approach the terminal located in our engine room. Step 3. Insert power regulator. Step 4. Celebrate. Our engine room is located behind you. Across the cargo bay, up the ladders.
ここのはしごを登って、ここか。トイボールスティックを拾う。なんだトイボールスティック。あ、こんなとこに武器あったのか。気づかなかった。普通に素手で言ってたよ。封鎖中。まあいいや、ここの探索は特にしても問題なさそう。しなくても問題なさそう。だからとりあえず宇宙船飛ばしますか。もう飛ばせる準備できたでしょ、さすがに。
What can I do for you, Captain? All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
よし。お、動く？動いた。
We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you. Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Kelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay. Strictly speaking, Monarch is a moon, terraformed badly, and almost completely lawless. You'll love it. Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of a nav key as a set of flight instructions. The board's been confiscating nav keys for Stellar Bay, so we must rely on unconventional means of acquisition. Hence, Miss Gladys Kelly. Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design. Cutting-edge technology, years ahead of its time. I call it the holographic shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters. Marvelous device. I'm quite proud of myself. The shroud changes the user's appearance to mimic that of another. It has limits. First-generation technology, you see, but promising. Exciting to see it in use at last. Very simply, the holographic shroud uses biometric information contained on standard identity cartridges to generate a holographic projection around you. Only stands up to a casual scrutiny. Use it too long, bound to flicker, blur, something like that. Movement makes it more likely. Best used in moderation. When you see guards in your path you can't sneak past, for example. Maintain your distance. Act normal. No running, no jumping. Don't draw their attention. If they pay attention, they're more likely to notice flaws in the hologram. A change of clothes. What is this? Some old spy serial? What inattentive and brainless guard would be fooled by such a shabby disguise? The holographic shroud masks not only your clothes, but your face and fingerprints. It modulates your voice and sweetens your breath. Science, that's how. Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal.
ああ、これで移動が決められるのか、移動する場所。めちゃくちゃ移動する場所あんだけど。なんだこれ。スキュラ。モナーク。船長室に行けって言ってたな、そういえば。これか。ここも開いたのか。お、なんだこれ。3。ああ、パーレパティの部屋か。仲間が増えてくれば部屋も充実してくるってことか。今のところ仲間牧師とパールバティだからな。
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? The unit is a cleaning sound. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles ago, I'm sure with the intent to modify it, but I've never seen it up and running. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify Sam. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work remains in order for Sam to properly operate. Certainly, Captain. What would you like to hear? My violence inhibitors are a joke. No, really. I only keep them enabled because of how funny they are. Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle. It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's Choice. Everyone in Halcyon is contractually obligated to label this or another board-certified jingle their favorite song. As you wish, Captain. I must comply with all direct orders. I request you do not wake me if I am sleeping upon your return.
これでいいんだろ。酸性正常パーツ。酸性正常パーツってなんだ。この船の中にはないのか。グラウンドブレーカー。じゃあまずグラウンドブレーカー行きましょうか。でそれでその星行ったら終わりにしましょう。
The Groundbreaker has approved our request for docking, Captain. You're free to disembark.
Can we talk? Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson. I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff. Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it worth your time. Did you want to talk about something else?
おう、仲間全部で6人いるのか。 お、グランドブレーカーか。さあ、せばしましょうか。よっしゃ、今回はこの辺りで終わりにしようと思います。次回はね、このグランドブレーカーを探索して、クエストをやっていこうと思います。ということで、お疲れ様でした。